Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I'm newtmechanist, and today we are going to be continuing our game dev project. Been wearing myself out, working on some new infrastructure, primarily for the cameras. We are rapidly reaching the limits of the existing hardware, and we need to do something about that before it finally gives. You may have noticed some of the cameras freeze now and again. Additionally, I want to work on some different places to put them because the cats are hanging out in different areas, and it doesn't help us to have cameras that aren't pointed at a kitty cat. What are you doing, Ember? What are you doing? You can't really see her. She is above the, let's see, the upper right camera on widescreen. Hey there, Hayes and 007. 1 second, I clearly missed something because my chat wasn't coming through, and I didn't notice despite the giant red, your chat isn't coming through into your summary. But we're going to be working on our code today. It was just describing what has been slowing us down this week. Let's see here. Come on. Connecting. Come on, you silly thing. There we go. Let's see. We will put the camera here and we'll switch over. So this is what we got last time. There's still some tweaking to do with rotational movement. Well, thank you, Hayes. I appreciate it. Why isn't that coming in? All right, you silly thing. Well, hopefully it'll start working. I appreciate it, Hayes. I appreciate it. So we got rotational movement. There's still some tweaks to do because it's still an incredibly strong force, but I think we've got it relatively good. You can see that some of the projectiles, if they're far enough out, take some time to pull in there. Oh, what kind of cat do you have, 007? I had to get a new keyboard today. The one I have finally seems like it gave up the ghost. I'd been having some problems with usually the A key not working for a while. It just would stop. And there were some times where it would just not stop. But today the space bar stopped working, and yeah, that was a problem. Let's see. A couple of my cats started out very standoffish, but they're coming around. I'm gonna switch to this camera. This is one of the best ones since Ember likes to sit there. But it's also the flakiest camera and will be the first that gets replaced with the new system. The new system, which will probably be Monday that I'll install it. Hopefully we're doing new things, Tass. Hopefully we're going to get new things in. I was wondering what new things that I could be doing, and I think I want to try getting the warning system in, as well as more spawn behavior. So one of the things that spawners can do is apply additional behaviors. And most enemies don't really need their own behavior set, and instead can have all of that defined in their spawner. I'll probably give them, like, standard damage and health kind of stuff. You know, like if it's a bouncing blob, it's always a bouncing blob, but they might move differently. That one, her name is Ember. She is the tiniest cat. That camera is zoomed way in. Well, it's stretched and cropped way in. Let's see how many of them we can spot here. So there's Ember still. Top center and upper left, respectively. Sky is up in the tree. He is one of the two that is biggest. Mason is on the bed in the upper left corner on, like, the gray comforter. He is the other of the two biggest. And not visible are Sammy, Molly, Sherbet, and... Who am I? Sammy, Molly, and Sherbet. I blanked for a minute. It's like, am I missing one? Sammy's paw is visible on the canvas area on the side table. She's determining how much attention she would like to have. And I know where Sherbet is. He's down by the door. Here is Molly. It's not on the footrest. Kind of concerned that I can't find Molly. She's a troublemaker. Hey there, Schmuggums. We are just getting started. We are just getting started. Yep, Sammy's a tuxedo. She's kind of solitary, but she's real snuggly when she wants to be. Hey, Sammy. Yeah. She is puzzled by the new keyboard box that contains the old keyboard. Okay. So, amongst other things, last time we were tweaking orbit a little bit. We were messing with zigzag and wave motion. I wouldn't mind coming up with some different input parameters for zigzag and wave, because cycle duration and offset speed on both of them control the amplitude when you combine them. The stronger offset speed is and the longer it has to do it, the higher the amplitude. I was saying a moment ago, so my prior keyboard I've had for quite a bit, and I was starting to run into issues where generally it was the A key, sometimes the D key, but usually A key, would just not work. Or it would work when I didn't want it to. And this morning, while I was trying to type to some folks, the spacebar stopped working. It would work for maybe like a couple of sentences, and then it would just stop registering at all. So part of the errands today were running around trying to find a new keyboard. Which I did. It's clickier than I like. I like a mechanical keyboard, but I don't like kind of a click-clack kind of mechanical keyboard. I like tangible feedback, you know? So we could mess with these a little bit more, but we're not gonna. Same with move orbit. I say that, inevitably we're gonna, but here we are. So I added the ability... I don't mind the idea of membrane keyboards, but they don't give enough feedback for me. In the same vein, I don't like soft actuation keys, even if they're mechanical. There needs to be a very firm, the button has been pressed tactile signal. Where did I put that? Where's my visuals? Services, rendering, entities, individual nodes, entity visuals. Okay, here we go. So we should have a method for just, here's a visual. So our problem would be don't worry about it, Schmuggums. A great deal of the coding portion of this is you hearing what I'm thinking. I think you mean Sammy 007. And Sammy is over there on the shelf looking. Oh, there goes Molly. Hey, Molly. Zoom. She's watching me. Yeah. Hey, Sammy. Hey, Sammy. Ember saw me talking to Sammy. It's like, no, me. No, me. Oh. So yeah, between the infrastructure work and the jogging around this morning, I have strained the body a bit. But hopefully that'll mean that on Monday we'll have the new cameras in place. Those should be a lot more flexible for me. They're not going to be as flexible as I'd like for the end result. They the ball joints do a lot of work. They do a lot of work. So we have a way to just add a visual. We can give it a key. It will create the visual. But then we don't have control over that visual afterwards. It needs a shadow width defined for it to get a shadow. And it needs an entity to do that. Instead, we made create visual public. And had it return as it does. If we return the entity visual, does base render add visual do? Nothing. Okay, good. So we could have create a visual and we give it a key and no entity. And that will give us the visual back, which we can subsequently use to get rid of the visual. How's my day been? Tiring. Been a bit tiring, 007. But productive. But productive. Molly, what are you doing? Oh, what she has. Position, we can initialize it. We can't just get rid of it, though. We might need to add that. So what I'm thinking here is I could create entities for this. I could make an entity that represents a warning signal. And we might ultimately need to do that. So the warning signals are going to be your red flashing markers on the ground, your MMO, don't stand here, you're going to light on fire, that kind of thing. I want to do that because I like the behavior of some bullet heaven games where when there's going to be a special pattern that's about to start, that it tells you that that is about to happen. So like they're going to start flowing from the right really fast. It warns you on the right, even if it's just a single flasher on the right that says look out in this direction. I like that. So I want to have that. We could just use visuals, but that means that we have to contain that whole mess. If we just have a very short-lived entity, it can have a behavior that is a ticking clock for its lifespan. That we could also use in various other ways. Yeah, that gives us flexibility in how its behaviors would flow. Okay, so we make an entity for that. It's not going to be a particle or a sprite. It's going to have a lot of similarities to shadow. Insofar as when it is rendered. Where is that hiding? Set entity on draw. So, and for those curious, we are making a game in Godot 4.4 using C#. This particular thing is the drop shadow that appears underneath most of the things. So, for example, all of these have shadows. You can't see it on the little yarn balls right now because the shadow is under the center of them. Because that is if the ball touches you, that's what hits you. Whereas the player, you can see the shadow under the player right now. That indicates where they actually are. The center of that circle is where the player is standing. So if something touches that shadow, that's when it means it touched the player, not if it touches any other part of the sprite. So we draw shadows by doing this right here, draw circle. Effectively. We did a little bit more with this. Maybe not. Cats like to sit in things that are kind of conform to them. Mine like to sit on things of different texture. So, switch over here. You can see Sammy. Sure bet. Hey, don't mess with that. Hey. What's gotten into you? Hey. Sherbet being strangely mischievous for him. What are you doing, buddy? Hey. I mean, I did move a bunch of the cables and whatnot around, so I have disrupted the environment, and now they're looking around, which does set the death clock for some of the cameras. The power cables on the ones I'm using are, some of them are exposed and have suffered for it. Anywho. So we subscribe to the draw message, we draw, we are creating a single circle. It's weird. I thought I created an ellipse for this, but... Huh. Is it didn't? So I know I simplified it down to be a single, to be as few draw calls as possible. I'm thinking back through my my code here and trying to figure out how this works, because it doesn't look like a circle, does it? I mean, that really looks like an ellipse under its feet, doesn't it? It can't be a... Well, no. Oh. Where is that at? Shadow scale. There it is. Ah. Okay. So, it is a circle. It is drawing a circle. But the scale factor here, this vector 2, says treat the x value as normal, but treat y values as half as much. So it squishes the circle vertically and creates the ellipse for us. Okay. Is that relevant to what we're about to do? Not really. But it's like tangentially related. So we're ultimately going to be doing something like this, where for the lifespan of the entity, we are going to project a shape around it in some fashion. The initial one I'm thinking of is to project a path. It could be a capsule, but we'll have to see how we can anchor these. If there's a way to... Let's just take a look. Node. Draw a rectangle. Okay. Okay, so we're passing in a rectangle when we draw a rectangle. Shocking, I know. And what that will mean is that it binds the upper left position of it. This should be okay. Since what we'll do is we should be able to just kind of rotate it around. We just want to make sure, like right here, if width is negative. No, that's the width is the width of the edges. It'll be a filled one. And we should be able to specify the origin point as well as the corners. So we'll have to see how this plays out. We are going to keep these as individual classes. To some extent, let's continue learning our lesson from Wave and Zig in similar behavior. Rotate and Spiral. Let's keep our learnings from that, and let's try not to overgeneralize. And goal. Get used to this new keyboard. Get that in place because we'll inevitably need it. Do shadow since that has the most similarity. Are going to need... I do not have a character ref sheet. It wasn't something that I thought to get when I got this commission. In the future, I will be making sure of that. But if you remind me on the Discord, I will try to get a full view of it if you like. I think there's also the somewhere on the channel. I think I posted the model preview, which has some of the stuff. If not, I have to get that posted at some point. You know, well overdue, but let's double check here. Entity Visual has its main node. Okay, and this is the node of the shadow. Okay. Yeah, they've noticed one of the cable boxes. Hey, you. Hey. Okay, so we need a node. We're going to have public override initialize in the same way. We also need these. So let's just grab all of that. Close other tabs. We're going to pull open rectangle as well. Get that in there. Fix that in a moment. Equals node 2D, node 2D, okay. Okay, and then node.add child rectangle node. So what we're doing is setting up the same thing that the shadow does, with the difference being we're going to culminate in a draw rectangle. We need properties for the dimensions of the rectangle and a way to translate where the rectangle is drawn based on the entity. And my general thought on that is that the edge of the, by default, the center left edge of the center of the left edge of the rectangle is positioned on the position of the entity. And we can rotate it accordingly in order to get it facing in the direction that we want. How we'll line that up, not sure right now, but we'll get there. But in regards to fan art in general, schmuggums, feel free. There is a board for posting art on the Discord. Feel free to post it online if you like. I do request that you keep it safe for work. But otherwise, feel free. Okay, so we need a height and a width. Click height. This will be float height. Get set. Set. So there, it's being actually helpful. Then we have a protected rectangle to rectangle. Rectangle being a structure, that particular green. Difference in a struct and a class is generally just that the structure is raw variables without member functions. Hey there, Lore. How many cats do I have, 007? I have 6 cats. Sky, the oldest, then Ember, then I believe Sammy. It's also all solid plates down there, schmuggums. Then Mason and Sherbet, then Molly. Okay, so we are going to turn rectangle dot okay. This, we're gonna make this easier on ourselves here. Hello, Molly. Hello. Hello. Molly has come to sit with me. Hello, Yopi. welcome back. What I'm going to do tomorrow, next stream, is going to be some Hitman. We're going to see if we can find that guy in his mansion. We have delay by cat going on here. Molly has come to sit with me and is currently looking around right now. She was grooming my forearm. She has a very raspy tongue like all cats, but she also is kind of drooly. All my gaming on stream 007 is done on PC. Molly is definitely a bit tuckered out here. Okay, so I was thinking of having the rectangle structure in here, but the trick with the rectangle is you give it 2 points. So I may still try to translate it such that when you're entering the height and width, you're not actually entering independent floats, that it generates the rectangle accordingly. And I think we still can do that. I do not play Roblox 007. Okay. No, you can't bite at that, Molly. She stretches for it. No, I clearly can. Here, watch. Molly's kind of a floppy cat. There's the meme cats are liquid. But this isn't the sort of like graceful flow kind of thing. It's much more like ragdoll, She's still nimble as far as jumping, but it doesn't have that sort of grace to it. Or like a propelled flop. Nope. She's grabbing at the power cord of the cell phone that is my camera. Running VTube Studio in order to capture the tracking information is very power intensive. So it needs to be plugged in or we won't make it through the whole stream. Okay, so let's try here. We need a rectangle to Okay, so we have a vector 2 for both of these. Okay, we should be able to work with this. So the height and the width control the x and the y of the size vector. So you have a position vector and a size vector. Those are the two of those will ultimately create vector 2 or the rectangle end here. Or at least we'll lead it to be interpreted. Go ahead, Yopi. No real problem there. Okay. So we have our base entity, which Visual will have. We'll get that as part of the initialize. Okay, so we can treat this as a... Can't move my mouse. No, quit that. So previously, Sky was my cable chewer. The others, if kind of the whim takes them, might like grab at a cable or something like that. But Sky will full on chew it, like put it in his back teeth and gnaw on him. Molly is actually kind of similar. She has noticed the where the camera's power cord goes and will reach up and try to grab them. She'll misalign the cameras. So in addition to some of the cameras starting to fail and their power cords being damaged, Molly messing with them is a further ticking clock. We need to resolve that. So we need to protect it, the protected rectangle too. No, you quit that. Okay, so then when we are getting that, no, you quit that. Okay, I know. Quit it. Well, I'm sorry. No, she needs more attention. She was grabbing at cables, so I tried to move her away from them. And having put her on the table next to me, she looked at me and cried and crawled back over to my lap. So now I feel bad. She is very lovey. She's she doesn't she's not as demanding as like Ember or Sammy or Sky when they want attention. But she does like coming over to sit on your lap for a while. She'll just kind of come over and snooze. Whereas the others want active attention when they're laying there. You are shedding a bit, ma'am. Well, thank you, Schmuggums. They're all little sweethearts. Sammy has pretty bristly fur. I'm sorry, Molly's back fur is pretty coarse. Rest of her fur relatively soft, but the ridge along her back, um, that part has some real like denser fur, which isn't too uncommon in my experience. The sort of middle of the back, that kind of area and backwards tends to have um, some denser fur. Not all of them. Ember's just kind of soft all over, same with Sherbet. Um, it is a vague question, 007. I appreciate my family. And I don't really have a favorite kitty. They all have their own. They're all precious in their own ways. I do. It's my opinion in general is if you are going to adopt an animal, that you need to go out of your way to care for it and show it affection. It's not a toy, it's a living thing with its own mind and feelings. In that vein, I'm a sucker for cats, and I need to be cautious about adopting, however many, because it's real easy to get yourself in a situation where you might not be able to give all of the attention that they need. I'm already a very sedentary person, and to some extent, it's cats can be good in that way, but a lot of cats also like to be very active. They are ambush predators by nature, so they have a lot of burst energy. To some extent, that is the origin of cat zoomies kind of thing, where suddenly they're flying all over the room. Is they've got all that coiled power and they need to spend it. You ever get nipped by a cat, usually that means they're telling a naughty kitten that they're doing it wrong, that they should behave. It can be part of grooming, but that's usually in that same way a signal, hey, hold still. But I have known a cat that if you are petting them and you stop, he is very likely to turn and bite real quick because he wasn't done. In that vein, he's never done. Turn. Rectangle dot size dot x. Rectangle dot size. This should be dot y is equal to value. This should be y. Okay, we need to set this differently then. Where can we set that? Can I set this? Position a size vector, position a size vector. So what I'm trying to do is save us some trouble here. And figure out what we can set or not. Hey, quit it. Ma'am. Ma'am. She has a quiet little meow. It's... Oh, you can. 1 second. Okay, I thought as much. Yeah, she was unhappy that I tried to move her. My microphone damping is not working right now. Hopefully, it will still damp some of the distant sounds. I'll try to keep an eye on it. Yeah, she wasn't happy. I tried to move her because she was like rolling down my lap and getting kind of wedged against the desk. I try to be careful with that because there is noise from the rest of the factory that I try not to have active. So if that comes through, I will need to reset the sound a moment. Okay, we can set... Okay, vector 2 is another structure type. So we can't set the individual value like that. We can get the individual value. Okay, we can do... Did... Affected, void, set size. Angle dot size is equal to new vector 2 width height. Then we can just say set size. Always interesting hearing people that are better at drawing than me, and seeing them talk about what they're up to. Different skill sets and processes, you know. I have drawn on stream before. am not great at, but have done. There. This will make it consistent when we go into width. X value. Okay. So if we're getting width, we return X. If we're setting width, we set width X and we pass in Y. Right? Okay, so this gives us a way to set the size there. We initialize, we're creating that. Shadow. We need these methods. It's just the cat ear schmuggums. I'm always kind of annoyed when it is supposed to be a creature that has cat ears and they have human ears as well, as if they are wearing cat ears. Be anatomically consistent, people. It's a different bone structure if they're cat ears, you know. The skull holes are in different spots. Entity visual set Z index. Okay, we leave that be. Okay. Okay, when we set entity, have entity and entity visual, right? Okay, so we don't need to replicate that. And update position, we shift the entity to the node position and apply offset. And then we're going to do our own thing here. Redraw when we update. So when we set entity, Same thing here. We're largely just cribbing a lot of stuff from shadows since we're going to do a lot of the same stuff. Copy. Move entity visual. Update the position. We go here. During this, we are going to say rectangle dot position is equal to. Okay, so we move it up. What are we doing with sprite? Okay, update position. Oh. This happens to have still been working. Okay. Let's verify how we've got it going here. Services, not rendering. Oh, we need to move the entity manager to services. We'll totally remember to do that later. No, it would be in the game loop. And that should be physics process. Update, then we end step. Okay, so we do still need to look at entity manager. All update. Move entities, add entities, execute time passed message on them, then end step. So then we go into entity. Whenever we get a time passed, we are going to negate our proposed movement. And then an end step. Iterate over each entity movement. We update proposed movement. We update position accordingly. And we call the position update. This tells everything what position we're at. So as of this moment, everything, proposed movement and proposed height change exist. So at this stage they do. Okay, we have this method is for when during the movement calculation, we need to know what our current value is. We don't want to have to use this much. Okay. Why did we look at all of that? Because I had to verify that this was still gonna work. In particular, we're interested in this one. So we need to apply our rotation, in theory, to the node here. Okay. So this is entity position updated. We are going to set the rotation of the node 2D to equal this. So we're just going to grab you. And we go into visual rectangle. Ooh, we don't actually want to do that. Oh, no, we're okay. We're okay. This is rectangle node, not node. Okay. So this needs adjustment, though. So we store that off. So then new position from x is equal to we are increasing it Hey there, Ninja. I agree. C# is pretty interesting so far. We are using Godot 4.4 currently. Been keeping my eye on their release of 4.5, but I haven't been keeping close enough track on the new features, so I'll have to wait until they release it to say what they did. We started this project about 139 streams ago at this point, using just Godot and GD script. Like, this whole thing was in GD script. And by whole thing, I mean less than like a third of the code that we have now. And we have been all over the place. The first time I thought of getting into developing a game, I looked at Unity, but I didn't like the way that I had to deal with DLLs in that. Maybe they have improved since then, but between that and Unity as a company's behavior since then, I haven't looped back around to it, you know? But it is a ubiquitous and very effective platform, Unity. I am making a Bullet Heaven style game with... Let me see if it's still built here. I'm pretty sure I updated recently Visual Studio. Why are you saying that I need to? Oh well. So we've got some test patterns going on right now. So what's happening is that we have a weapon spawning at a random point on the screen and splitting into 5 with a associated random direction. So you can't tell which one of these on the starburst is the original one, but there is an original one. But the gimmick is that we can kind of change how these behave. So this is the same thing with an S-curve effect added to the movement. Now it's an S-curve, but each of those 5 split into 3. And now each of those 5 split into 3 and wiggle, and they try to circle around the player at a given distance. And to strain the frame rate, now every 1 second they explode. Dig Dug fused with Deep Rock Galactic style mining minigame. I mean, Deep Rock Galactic is pretty close to Dig Dug ultimately right now. So in the test code right now, you don't have, and hey, Lunar, we don't have the monsters showing up or anything like that because we're just testing behaviors. We can make it visually worse as far as what's going on. A big part of what we've been doing with the code over time is trying to improve performance. There's a deceptively lot going on right now because there are very few objects, but we have a whole lot of them appearing at once and doing a lot of stuff. It's weird that it's not registering as many. Let's go overboard. Haven't stress tested it in a while. $3,000 things. 4,000 things. 5,000. Yes, you can see the number. I'm still going to say it. And 6,000 things. Hey there, Rando. This is true, Lunar. This is true. We're doing a needless stress test. Uh, 2 or 3 seconds per frame at this point. Probably about 2-ish. It's working real hard. Semi-related, apparently Steam updated their little performance monitor that is built into the Steam overlay to be very accurate as far as CPU and GPU usage. $11,000, nice. I mean, 12,000 things and the game hasn't crashed. And took about 4 or 5 seconds for that key press to come through. So now if we pull all of this out, let's bring that back. We'll take the explosions off so it'll fade now. It'll take it about 10 seconds before, well, I'm sorry, 10 game seconds before the explosions start to fall away. The game's world processes at about 60 frames a second. Visuals process as fast as they can. Ultimately, I will probably cap the visual frames per second, since they don't need to go as fast as they are. But the goal right now is staying at about 60 frames per second for as long as possible before we hit kind of this performance catastrophe case here. It is okay if the game hits here, but it should be very infrequent. Yes. So what could happen is we could delay the processing further. Right now, everything is sequential and it happens in a frame. We could actually disperse some of that. And say, like, okay, this will happen next frame kind of thing. That would require some re-architecting. Because it would become kind of a state machine at that point. Hey, quit that, Sky. Sky has come to sit with me, and he just gave me a chomp for not petting him right. We are down to 5,000 entities. We can see some of them are appearing without causing explosions right now. So in the background, as these are fading away, there is a pool of nodes that is starting to shrink. Within limits. So what happens is every time you ask for a node, if there aren't enough nodes, it adds more than you asked for. I believe by default right now, initially, if you ask for one and there isn't one, it adds 10. And that number increases every time that happens. As soon as a node is removed, so as soon as one of these yarn balls goes away, then it resets the multiplier number. If the cache is bigger than its default value, then that node just goes away. With the idea being eventually you hit kind of a sweet spot as far as things being added super fast. Those are a series of magic numbers. They are whatever feels right kind of thing. But we can see the 500 some number. The visual frames per second is lower than it would be normally, and that's because there's a lot of extra stuff going on. One of the performance optimizations that happens is to make it so that the base node isn't removed, only the kind of working part of the node gets removed. And we turn off any of the processing on the nodes while they're cached. So there's a lot that gets stripped out here whenever we need it in order to make this move as swiftly as possible. This is already a near you win case because there's just so much spawning around you. It's not a certainty, but still. Okay, so we are going to add rectangle dot size dot it's y, and we are going to increase it by size.y divided by 2. Okay, so we're getting the entity's position. By default, the rectangle's position is anchoring its upper left corner. We are going to move it minus equals. We are going to move that position up by half the height, which will put us in the middle of the left side of the rectangle. Then we are going to set the position in the rotation accordingly. So now we're going to use new position here instead. So now we move the rectangle to where it's supposed to be, and we set its rotation, and we cue its redraw. Should all be fine. On draw. Okay. Rectangle. Yes, in rectangle, and we are going to use new color. Should be assumed, right? Yeah. Color, and I'm just gonna say 255. Hello, Sky. Yes, hello. Oof. But yeah, in order to make time dilation fully work, an additional thing that we could do would be to have all of the... So we need to be cautious about this, because what would ultimately be happening is that we would need to make sure physics processing did not happen until given steps. Because we don't want a physics tick to happen until we're done processing the last step. But the physics ticks happen independently. That's how the collision gets processed. So what we wouldn't want is essentially intermediary. So as I am processing entity movement, I don't want intermediary physics events to be calculated. Would that be possible? Probably. But, you know. Okay. So I don't really want the entity's position or facing to necessarily control this. Okay, so it shouldn't be proposed movement. This guy needs chin scratches. If I don't give him chin scratches, he'll grab the mouse. And he knows how to grab the mouse in order to make it click stuff. And he will do it while I'm trying to use it. This has resulted in things like me spinning wildly and firing a dangerous weapon in a random way in Helldivers. It has resulted in entire pages being deleted in code. That kind of thing. Windows getting dragged around, all that fun. Because he's a troublemaker. You should be able to see about half of him here. Yeah. So the other half is taking up like 3/4 of my mouse pad right now. In general, Schmuggums, yes. But he is trouble. He is trouble. And he knows it, too. He likes to really lean into things like chin scratches and ear scratches. Enough that it'll, like, wear my arms out. He'll just kind of contort and twist to put his whole body weight onto, so that he put his whole body weight into pressing his ear against a finger. You can see him do some of that right now. Each time he's moved, he's kind of twisted around to put more weight on my hand. Near you. Yeah. He says, but my brain is so itchy. He's got really pronounced canines. If he rubs his cheek against you, you're likely to get one of his teeth like grazed along you. I would grab one of my blankets here, but Molly has commandeered it. Let me see if I can get a different one. The right balance of temperature. Okay. So we don't actually want to update our rotation based on the entity's movement. We actually want a facing facing angle in here. We don't need to do this, but we're gonna JSON ignore. Angle radians. Math F dot degree or radians. Okay. So that last mouse movement right there was sky. Excuse me. Float dot degrees to radians value. Okay, so what this will mean is that in the JSON, we are going to specify what angle to rotate it from, so, or to. And it will, like, lock to that. But now that I think about it, I don't like that. But otherwise, we are relying on proposed movement. Can we get target direction? Okay. This should be what way it would move otherwise, but this would mean it doesn't necessitate. This is still not right. We want a facing, not a actual movement. The reason I'm differentiating here is that it's distinctly possible that you might have a entity that is sliding in one direction, but the projected risk surface is facing another. So say the thing that could dart to the left is sliding down, but it's still going to move to the left. So the trick for the player is seeing that the danger area is moving downward and that they need to account for not being in it. Whether that means stepping into it is going to cause the motion, or that you just need to keep ahead of it or behind it, kind of thing. So I want it to be able to move, but I don't want it to be tied to the wrong thing. And target direction is still technically the wrong thing, because that will get updated by that'll get updated by any of the targeters, so we need a facing. Or a way to indicate what it's facing. Well, we need a way to indicate which way it should face. This target direction is used as part of the kind of the movement chain, is that if a prior behavior says, as of right now, I am targeting this direction, subsequent ones can make use of that and potentially change it themselves. But that usually indicates a direction of movement. And there's nothing that says that we can rely upon it as if it were facing. Okay. We are going to keep this as we're going to keep it fixed. Is as of a moment, this will be the direction. We won't have them be moving. We can always revisit that later. Okay. This should give us everything that we need here. We've got one magic number in this that we would want to update. This is not really what I want, as this makes it only useful for this, but it's kind of what this is for. Headache. But okay. So we have this in place now. So if I in here, we're going to get our entity visual set up for this, and then we get an entity with it tied to it, and then we have that entity emitted. For now, we just need the entity. We're using immobile test in an item. Yes, we are. Bullet immobile test. We're going to test this real quick here. Moved the item for it. Let's get rid of the bullet for immobile test. And making sure that the data doesn't fail here. Okay. So we don't need an item for it because we can just override the visual. Tenelga. Once isn't relevant to it. It doesn't have a texture wrapper. Play once part of entity visual by default. It is not. Okay. So what do we need for this? We need angle degrees, height, and width. So we're going to start with 0, and we're going to say 96 height and 276. I mean, 288. Is that right? Should be 288. Yeah. Okay, so now we should be able to use visual test rectangle in the bullet. About to announce the stream in the Discord. Angle. Okay, so this should start. I don't have a fail state baked in properly. I do need to get that in there. If the load doesn't work, it will continue. Anyway, I need to have it be a fail state if the load doesn't work, and I need to output what failed. Weird. Initialized? What now? The entity, and when we set the entity by default in visual rectangle, we will update the position initially, and updating the position messes with the rotation. But until we have this node set... Okay. Okay, we need to look at that. Because this has... So, in the shadow, we don't have logic associated with... Actually, what's going on here? Okay. So we set the entity, and at the end of this, we update position. When we update position, we're queuing the node to redraw here, though. So we initialize. And this initialize is going to set entity, which by default just sets the entity, but in shadow, when we set entity, we are going to set position updated, and we call update position. We call update position, we call the base on it, and we're going to call node queue redraw. But that node doesn't exist at that time. It's only here that it comes into existence. So why doesn't this fail? So we get our node. Weird that this is why. This is dodging this issue. And we still need to account for this. I think it is okay for us to do it this way. all of this is related to setting this part up. But these parts are still relevant here. And this saves us from this becoming a problem. And in the same way, when we initialize here, these should be set up here. We don't have to include that part, but we're gonna. Is that kind of messy? Yeah. Okay, so we're not getting the rectangle drawn, but we can see where they're supposed to be. Make sure that the draw call is actually happening. It is happening. Ah, okay. Next problem. So angle degrees, height, and width need to be carried over from this one. The rectangle size was not carrying over. Okay, still not quite right, but we're getting there. The positioning is definitely off. I think be the scale that's being set. Yeah, it's... This is one of those things that can be kind of a surprise if you're not ready to deal with it. And that's just the amount of spatial math that you end up doing in this. So it's not the Z index. Let's clean up the movement of the bullets so that we can... get rid of that. Then in our spawner, for the bullet yarn ball. Let's see how it, in what way it is off. Running out ahead of the entity. Like it's going faster than the entity is. Oh. Oh, we don't need to move this. The position is always accurate. We can show it here. So you see how we're only changing based on the height. Nothing about what we're doing with the visuals is actually moving. So when we initialize like this, we can say rectangle dot like that. This is truth. Is once we get to initialize, zero. There. -1 times. That is always its position once it comes into existence. Now, if we ever need to be able to change the size of the rectangle once it starts, yeah, this changes. Because we need to be able to account for it widening or something. But again, that is going to be a change if we ever need to. Similarly here, as soon as we have the rectangle node, we can set its information here. Radian is equal radian, angle radians. Yes, the position of the thing being rendered is, by default, it's at the center of the visual node. The visual node moves along with the entity, but its child ones don't. They're in their own, like, spatial position. Doesn't seem right yet. Okay. This is a bullet heaven style game. So vampire survivors, hollow cure, that kind of thing. Divided by 2. At the moment, we're testing warning indicators like, you know, this spot is going to be dangerous in a moment kind of indicators. There we go. Okay. It's really faint, but the position of the shadow within that rectangle is a little off. Correct, bro. That seems to be what people were going for when they started to name the genre that. I'm not thrilled with calling the genre bullet heaven because it presupposes you know what a bullet hell is, and not everybody knows what a bullet hell is. The red bars are not the visual for this, but they're what we're working on. But the gimmick of the game is that you can change the behavior of weaponry at a more fundamental level. So the warnings are going to be below shadows. So we can make things rotate, S-curve, split into multiple projectiles, that kind of thing. We're trying to get a weapon system akin to a game called Noida. You see systems like that built into games like Magicraft and similar, where you kind of create a weapon out of a series of instructions, not just a kind of a default bundle kind of thing. Okay, so in entity visual, we've got our Z levels for the entity, shadows. So now we're going to have public, constant, int, entity, visual, Z, warning is equal to 0, is equal to 1, is equal to 2. And for shadows, sorry, for warnings, I'll rename this one. It should be, so instead of it should be entity warning in its setup there. Like override, set Z index, entity visual Z warning. Just so. And we're going to call this so we will rename it, and we need to go into our data file then and change this. It's not in bullets, it's in visuals. Entity warning rectangle. It's theoretically possible that we would have an entity visual that was a drawn rectangle, but I'd rather have a more robust image if that's the case. Okay, the shadows should draw on top of the red rectangles now. And assuming I didn't botch this, okay. And you can more emphatically see the oddity that occurs because the shadow and the rectangle both cause a particular screen area redraw. So you can see that the shadow and the rectangle kind of move at a different pace. I would like that not to be the case. It looks bad. So it gets weird when the warning space the warning space and the shadow rectangles overlap a little bit, like at their edge. They can be off by like a pixel. Because the shadow will have updated. The pacing of the update can be a little bit off given the pace of drawing. I don't know if there's a way to clean that up. I don't know if there's a way to clean that up or not. Well, we'll get there when we get there. Okay, let's test rotation on it now. So let's say 135. In theory, that should be aiming down and left. Let's find out if I got this right. Yep. So the point of the red bar is that we're going to set it up so that when an entity would spawn in a position, we can put a warning indicator there when we want to. So let's say I'm going to make an enemy that's going to appear on each of these gray squares, the light gray ones, and they're going to move real fast to the left. What we can do is we can have just off screen a entity that is represented by one of these red rectangles, with the red rectangle extending across the whole screen and having a height that is about the height of the enemy. So the player knows, hey, these lines, these rows here are dangerous and I should get out of the way. And we could make those enemies like move faster than normal, hit harder than normal, that kind of thing. Because you've been told this is dangerous, get away. And we can do that with a lot of different shapes. So you could have big circle risk areas, that kind of thing. So now that we have this, the next thing is twofold, is having logic in a spawner that says that it needs a warning indicator and what kind. And a way to have the spawner indicate, like to tell the spawner when to fire those warnings. Some way of saying the warning appears at this time kind of thing. So the spawner indicates the warning. When the warning is done and the entity, the risk thing that is going to appear, then we get rid of the warning and have it fire. Okay. Let's put our yarn ball back here before we forget. Visual bullet. Should be what we need. Let's double check. Loading. Okay. So to the point there, to see more clearly now that we're off of the rectangles, each one of these little balls of yarn is a bullet. And by default, the yarn ball fires in a random direction, or it picks a direction that intersects with an enemy at the time that it is emitted. So it fires at an enemy, but doesn't track them. We can change the behavior of them by adding little modifiers. So here it's moving in a straight line, but it periodically makes... it's effectively like a 90-degree arc, and it ticks back and forth along that. So you have like a Z pattern. We can make it fire 3 times in a second. So you get these little rows of 3. Lets us see the movement pattern a little more clearly. We can make it split into 3. So now you get little 90-degree cones. We can make it orbit the player at about 2 or so squares out. At least, it's going to try to. The 2 movements that we added to them, the several motions that we added before, interfere with each other. The zigzag wants to pull it in and out of the proposed radius, and it's kind of fighting that. But if we take that zigzag movement off of it, we get a different type of motion. You can see the spiral a little more emphatically now. We can take an extra random direction and throw it in here, and this will start to distort the movement more and more. Because now, in addition to the orbit, there is, and in addition to the original path of motion, the original random direction, there is another random direction that's in play. So if we take that orbit off, you can see this better. How some of them move fast, some of them move really slow, because there are 2 different forces applied to them, and those forces may be complementary or counter to each other. That is a combination you wouldn't necessarily want. More likely to appear are things like this. So it fires in a burst of 3, 1, 2, 3. Then there is a delay before these next things happen. And what will happen is after about 3 seconds, it's going to split into 3 and move to orbit the player. So we can see these little 1, 2, 3s. Now watch that one. Oh, I think that's the wrong icon. Yeah. So they're not orbiting the player, they're spiraling once they get there. They kind of move in a circle outward. So if we do this one now, after 3 seconds, this one's going to split and move back to try to get around the player. This kind of thing is the sort of behavior that we're trying to get, is that the player will... and these are very tiny units. This is not the kind of power-up you'd really be dealing with, but you're looking to create combinations that maximize the amount of damage over the amount of as much damage over as much area as you can, because you're dealing with bigger and bigger waves of tougher and tougher monsters. So you need to be putting out as much damage to as many things as you can. And the effectiveness of it comes down to which power-ups do you combine in what way, because the order matters. The idea of it emitting out the way it does and doing an orbit and then a spiral is technically different than doing a spiral and then an orbit. In this case, that's a weird difference. That is a very subtle difference because orbit is very strong. What's a better way to show it? Okay, so we'll do a snake pattern here, and then they will start to spiral. Here is a spiral, and then they'll start to snake pattern. So one of the immediate differences is, and this is something that I need to fiddle with, this spiraling motion, that looping motion, is fundamentally slower than the other motions in a linear path. But that's the aspect here, is that the order does matter. These happen in sequence. So it is possible that prior motions distort subsequent motions. This is especially the case with things like, well, with all of these, because they take into account where the bullet is moving at the time. So if you change it with prior motion, that will influence the subsequent one. And that'll be combined with things like it, explodes on impact, or it ricochets, that kind of thing. Which the order of those also matters, and when they fire. Okay, but we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back, and we will try to get into some of the new spawning logic to make it so that we can get those warnings in there. And we're back. Okay. Check in with the kitties. Mason returning to his spot there. Sammy is now in her favored spot, snoozing on the pillow on the bed. Sky returning to me for back scratches. Ember still in command of her spot. Sherbet is over getting some food. He's a bit of a chow hound. He's not, he doesn't overeat, but if he's hungry, he will make it apparent. And Molly has still, has commandeered my better blanket. She is snoozing there. Okay. Okay. So we have the idea of spawners. We have the idea of a spawn list. So it's a spawner we're going to be looking at here. Where do I have those? It's part of the world state, isn't it? It's just a, that's a spawner item, though. That's right. Spawner item. Yep, okay. Have empty behaviors. Ultimately, we really shouldn't be having empty behaviors, but so the point of the behaviors collection is these are appended to the, are added to the end of the list of behaviors that the entity does. For the purposes of enemies, this should be most of their behaviors. So let's pull up our enemies list here. It's just the one, our little blob. Right now, so we have our collider key. We're probably going to keep almost all of this should be based on how they like. We might want to move health data into the spawner as well. There is so much about these that are only really relevant to the initial spawn. But let's just assume that it's the behaviors that we want to mess with. So, how much damage they do on impact. They can be knocked back. And they move to the player. These are the behaviors of a blob by default. A knockback, that's also something that we should consider differently. What are we doing with collision knockback? On a bit of a tangent. To some extent, stalling. Being very squirmy, Sky. Knockback when we get a message. We have received a harm message. move the direction from the hostile target to the one receiving the impact, we're going to apply the strength. Knockback should probably be the other way around. But we're going to ignore that for now. We're going to ignore that for now. So we are going to move the base behaviors of the blob into the behaviors list in the spawn data. We are going to move that out to here. These columns. Behaviors. Bullet, it is enemy blobber on player. This one. Okay, then we are going to put that back in. Okay, these should behave the same as they previously did. Yep. Okay, what did I just do? What we've done is we have gone in and we've said the only thing intrinsic about a blob is that it has one heart. I'm sorry, it has one heart, has this kind of shadow, and it has this sort of collision box. That's what makes a blob. By default, it does nothing. Bartek, how much remaining? Probably a lot. Probably a lot. In fact, certainly a lot. We have pivoted and are working on more enemy spawning logic. This will help make it gamier than it currently is. So part of the next is going to be setting up some further spawn points so that we can create additional spawners. So now we have this blob is generic. We can make other enemies. We could make copies of the blob that do not have hearts, that have bigger or smaller collision boxes. But by default, we're just going to work with the blob for now. It's the only enemy sprite that we've got made. Nice, Vartek. I mean, I've said it before on stream, but that's... If you want to make a game, you start making a game. Pick a goal, read up on what kind of things you might need to do to make or get for your goal, and get started. Okay, we have the blob. We look at our spawner. So what we're going to do is we're going to make more of these blob spawners here. Transitions and whatnot are part of your flow. Depends on engine and whatnot. But that's kind of part of the process, and how you do it depends a lot on how you're implementing it. Similar with Android export, there's going to be 2 stages of that. There's going to be figuring out how to do the compile. Okay. I can't show you precisely, but your kind of your build style here, your forward mobile incompatibility will be relevant. Hey there, Hayes. But additionally, project settings. Where is that? I have 6 cats, Hayes. Okay. So I can't find it currently. I have seen it before. There is a place in the editor where you determine what kind of output you have from the project. And that is also going to be a spot where you need to set it up to compile the bits that you would need for like Android or iOS. I will say the step after that to like getting it in the App Store or similar, that's a whole other thing that I haven't read up on at all. I just know that getting onto iOS or Android is of the standard routes like Steam, iOS, or Android, those are more complicated. But a whole lot of these kind of things is reading up and learning how it works. Okay, so this is spawning around the player 2 at a time every second, and they move towards the player. We can set up a couple of extra things. So we are going to set up a spawn point that focuses on which side of the screen it spawns from. So we need a spawn point for this. Let's actually get an interim save in here. Yes. At least with Android, it is more likely that you can more easily get like I made a custom package. You don't have to jump through all the Apple hoops. Apple's just going to be a problem. Hey. Let's add movement bounce in there for now. We'll get the yarn ball back where it was. Just movement bounce. Okay. We still need to have... We still need to add some new logic for the yarn ball to make it so that its bouncing motion is not bad. At the moment, it's kind of a terrible weapon as a result of its bouncing motion. There. So the yarn balls are going to miss their target a majority of the time right now. But they are landing hits. They're just hitting the wrong targets at the moment. Wonder if we can flood the field enough to make them work. I mean, it's not effective, but it looks cool. It's this yarn tornado going on right now. Enemies are still getting through, just not uniformly. That's kind of neat. Oh, yes, yes, we can get massive frames per second drops the way it's going. But right now, on the screen, there are just under 300 things, but each of those things is like 3 or 4 things as far as the engine handling them. They have a shadow, they have a collision area, they have an animated sprite, they have all kinds of stuff. Okay. Let's get the rest of our commits in here. Get all that pushed so I don't lose it. Okay. So we need to add some new spawn points. And we need to add logic for the warnings to happen. But first we get the spawn points in. And the question becomes, where did I put all of that? Spawn point. So we have a round player. Let's before we add another one. So we have our screen height. I feel like Okay, we're not going to try to put it in here. Because I'm thinking of some different behavior for that. How long? Let's see. This is our 140th stream. Since I started doing this, by coincidence, I haven't been getting as many streams as I'd like, but let's assume maybe like 3 times a week we get coding in. And those streams are prior to recently have averaged about like 2 to 3 hours. So let's say like 300 hours. That's how long I've been doing Godot and game dev. Probably more than that, but actually definitely more than that. It would be more like, 450 maybe. Target for completing that in the future. I don't know. My goal is to get it on Steam at some point. That's the goal. This is my first project, yes. I have prior experience programming, but this is my first time extensively using C#, using Godot at all, and making a game at all. Okay, so right now a round player is in a radius. That's right, Dodds. We're all learning together on this. There's no expectations for knowledge of coding or game dev on the stream. You are not expected to chat about code or the game. But if you're curious, you can ask questions about what we're doing, and I can explain my thought processes. Pretty much, Vartek. I've been trying to get more coding streams in and spend additional time on the coding so that we can get more progress. It's not infrequent that it doesn't look like a lot is happening, though I do assure you there is a lot happening under the hood in the code, even if when I show you the game, it still looks very similar. Because we've been all over the place, testing and learning. Point. Grab a lot of the bits from here. This is again something we need to figure out how to get. I need to figure out a way to put this somewhere that I don't have. I need to put unit tests in general. But I want to put these somewhere where I don't have to worry about what it's in. And I think having a static constants class is just where I need to put some of these. We had one for catalogs, but for the catalog, but that is so vestigial at this point. I mean, go for it, Vartek. Like I said, that's how you do. That's how you learn, is get in there and go for it. There have been plenty of great and very popular games that are made by people that just got in there, just started. Just a minute. Do. Okay. Right? Hmm. That's that better? Okay. Yeah, there we go. It's working. Yep. One of the famous examples, Schmuggums, and I expect it's changed quite a bit since then. But when Toby Fox initially wrote Undertale, they clearly didn't have a great deal of programming experience, because from an experienced programmer perspective, it's scary code. It's not pretty. It's not efficient. But they just got in there and they did it. You know, they made the game, and it had fantastic results. I believe Scott Cawthon, the guy that did the Five Nights at Freddy's series, has some really silly and simplistic games on Steam that came before Five Nights at Freddy's. Just little nothing, popped it out kind of games. You gotta start somewhere. I have chosen to start big. Big in terms of solo project. But for me. But you can start simple. You just figure out what you want to make, what it takes to make it, and get going. Yes, it's if you wanted to start with a platformer, you know, your run and jump kind of Mario game, most dev platforms have a lot of that stuff built in for you. Even if we're not talking about that, creating a character model on the screen, having them move around and bump into things is baked into a lot of these systems such that you can do it easy. Godot has a tutorial, like in kind of the getting started category, which is a move around and dodge enemies and projectiles kind of thing. just a step-by-step, this is how you could make something like that. Can you extend that code to the extent that I have done? No. But it's a starting point. You can kick right off of that and figure out, this is how these things work. This is how I can make them work differently. Okay. So spawning around the player, we are going to need a which side? And then we'll have an initialize function in the same way. Okay. Dead boolean initialized false. Don't need to set it to false, but you know. That because it doesn't. Need a public setter. This is going to be, again, to some extent, a bit of a magic number, but when it comes to setting it in a file, it's going to be a bit of a magic number at the moment. I don't know that I want to have... I might write a converter to change a string into an integer here. I won't say exactly how old Hayes, but in terms of video games, I have one of the early consoles that I played on was an Intellivision. It's not the first thing I played video games on, but it is one that I played video games on. Left, right. I'm not big on the sport. Now we could make this correlate to world space, which might help us here. Nah. Let's just do this. 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Grab it from some other spawn point. You make sure I didn't miss something here. Rendering, entity rendering, de-warning rectangle. This is kind of an implicit JSON constructor, but But I clearly missed some bits here. Do I make an avatar like that? I got mine made by a studio that does live 2D, but that would be where you would start if you wanted to learn what it takes to make one of these, aside from doing the drawing, is look up live 2D, one word. There is a way that you have to do the drawings, and then there is a whole process for making them move. That's correct. And that. Okay. Yeah, Schmuggums, I looked into that in my, like, in the very early stages of shifting from PNG to live 2D, and oof, it is a whole thing to do it at all. Hey there, Xerox. Welcome. Let's get that in there before I forget. Ooh. Okay. So we need to copy our existing things in. Yep. It is not really dissimilar from rigging a 3D model to move. There's a lot of it that goes into like what slides where and when and becomes visible where and when. Essentially creating bones in the model for what can move and how. I've seen things like heavily parallaxed, and you can see some of that in mine in the torso, the back of the little endoskeleton there. Kind of exo, but yeah, you get what I'm saying. The frame. Side. Right, get spawn position. Yeah, I mean the safety glass is mildly broken too. That's not good. But everything's fine. It's to be expected from a prototype. You get a little testing damage. It's part of the process. entirely normal and okay. You're very snuggly today, Sky. Sky's not a full long hair, but I mean, you're talking like almost 2-inch long fluff in places. Generally that inch, kind of inch and a half in most. So compared to all of the other kitties, he is super fluff. When I had the Maine Coons, they were one kind of the next stage up in fluffy, both in general scale but also in fur length. In general scale, they were noticeably bigger than him. But Sky was the first one adopted after the Maine Coons, which were my first cats. And because of them, my scale for pet animals is permanently damaged. Or my sense of scale for pets is permanently damaged. Don't know that there's anything to initialize here, but there we go. We'll just keep that there in case we need it. So what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be drawing a box that is within the visual edge of the screen. So it would be fully on the screen. We're going to need to come up with some setup here as far as how to space it out properly. I might need to add some extra properties to spawn point when you're setting it. Like an entity size property that you can pass in when it creates it. Akin to how a spawner has some other properties there, but we'll see. We'll see. For the time being, we want to do this. Because I could hard code this and have a series of them that are, this is the side and these are the positions on the side in sequence to use, you know? And that might be where we want to go. But I wouldn't mind having a way to do it programmatically. Because positioning some of it is going to presuppose screen size. But I think to get the kind of quality I want, I need to do that. Is to say, this is what the scale is. This is where it's going to be. So let's add that. If we do this, though, then all we're doing is creating a list of positions to spawn them at. Like, because following the logic that I'm setting up here, what you're specifying is rows or columns. And they should be independent of absolute world position. They are relative to the player. So at the time of spawning them, we are going to draw out a map of a particular size and say, here are the rows and columns around the player. And I think it would help if we could come up with a syntax for if essentially the player is at row column 0. We would need to have a clean way of generating them as far as an index. We kind of want an array, but not really. Because we want to be able to say, given the player is at the center of the spawn configuration, where are we going to put things? Like, how do we want it offset kind of stuff? How do we... Because I can get the row and column, and then I can also specify which side are we talking about. But this again creates the issue that ultimately I'm just defining a lot of these. That's okay. That's okay. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around the sequence here. So what we're going to be doing again is we're creating a grid of rows and columns. And we want them to spread out from the player in a known fashion with known widths to them. So when I'm creating this spawn on screen edge as a spawn point, what we want to be able to do is specify sequencing on it to be able to say if the first one is this is how we lay them out, kind of thing. There's just so much complexity here. Because again, I could just have these specified, but I kind of like the idea of being able to just generate them differently here. But I think if we're going to do that, we'll just straight up generate them differently. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we will specify oof, hello Sky. No, I think we need to, we want to do it how I was thinking initially. So what we're going to do is we're going to specify a starting point. Does the essentially do the columns start on the player? Like, how do they align with the player initially? Is the center the player, or is the player on the edge of two base columns, kind of thing? However we want to specify that. You know, is X aligned, is Y aligned? Then with that determined, we know whether the player is on an edge or if they are in the center. And that gives us the position of one row and column, or up to 2 rows and 2 columns. Once we have those, we can determine more of them. Then we determine what is how many of the rows and columns, like in which sequence do we do them? Is it every other? Is it every third? That kind of thing. And we can do them in sequence. We don't have to do them all at once. So there could be 3 different spawners with 3 different spawn rates all emitting these, or there could be 3 that all try to spawn at once. Hello, Molly. Where do you want to lay down? There? Okay. Molly's deciding where she wants to sit on my footrest. I need her to make a decision so I can move my feet appropriately. Hey there, James. I found a spider something. They've got a channel on YouTube where they list their albums, and they have a lot of 40K inspired songs. Varying quality, but a lot of them are kind of tongue-in-cheek. They have a really good one for the AdMech. That includes a lot of the, the code is divine kind of stuff. They only make a single toaster joke in the song. Okay, so which side are we spawning on? We need... So we need public, bool... That, and then we have a public... Oof. Please, I am newtmechanist. The first part is the name. You can call me Newt. And the second part is a title. It's an anachronistic title, but I like it. So we put these here. Okay, so what these are is whether column 0 starts on the player. This is whether row 0 starts on the player, or if it starts to the left of the player. That's how I'm going to do it. Always kind of liked the name Newt. I think the first time I heard it was in the Aliens movie. So we can have a list of columns to use. We can have a sequence for generating them. Yeah, we're kind of designing on the fly here. Okay. So this is like how we start, how we set up the columns. This is whether every time we trigger a spawn, we should reset the columns or reset the rows and columns. So you don't reset if you want it to be persistent, is that this is the base X and Y, and these are the offsets for it. So then we have... Okay, so the center by default is if rows and columns are centered, we're going to say it's true. Assuming these are still true, then center is going to be wherever the player is at the time this is run. And by default, this will be false. Whether I'm going to make these do anything, we'll decide after. But by default, the player is underneath the first, like the base row or column. and we're going to radiate out from there. We can also make it so that the player is under again, the edges of them, based on whether these are centered or not. Ultimately, again, it's whether the center is directly on the player, whether the player it is half of a unit off of the player, left and or up. We're going to start with directly on the player. Or okay, so if we haven't initialized yet, or we are set to reset each time. Actually, oof. Okay, we get spawn position each time, but we don't have... Nope, nope. This is going to be a... This is tricky. So the current logic doesn't have a start spawning kind of thing. It can. We can totally add that. So here is the sequence. So this is for the spawner itself. We go in, we set up the entity, all of that goodness. We get a call to spawn. We are given the amount of time since the last time this happened. If we should spawn, so it has any chance of spawning, it has a frequency, and it has been at least frequency since we last did that. We are going to reduce that. We're going to start the spawn. Random, we should move out of here. Why are we even doing that with random? Let's just run this to be sure. Okay. Save that off. Changes. Okay. But right here, we get the spawn position repeatedly, but there's no opportunity for us to tell it we're starting, we're stopping. So that is, in a given instance of the spawn, we don't have an indication that it has begun or ended. So I think what we need to do is go into the idea of a spawn point and say, there is a method that you call that tells it you're starting, you're stopping. So that's where we get spawn position. Change this to start. This is where we stop. By default, these do nothing. So then, right now, none of the others I've created are anything other than one shot. But in these, we'll have affected, override, public. Spawning. And spawning. If this is reset each time, then initialized is equal to false. Saves us some extra footwork. Then in spawner item, so right here, before we do go into this, if I recall, the reason that those are there is that originally spawner items all spawned at exactly the same position. There was like is this a bullet or is this an enemy? Delusive, what we're working on right now is we're getting a special spawn pattern set up because I want to have a whole bunch of enemies spawn like on the left and right and move across in intermeshing rows kind of thing. So earlier on, we set up a special kind of entity visual that is what I'm going to call the warning rectangle, where we could paint it across the screen and say, they're coming this way kind of thing. And then we can start them spawning. Okay, still functional. That was vestigial code. Good. They're going to be applied from a file. We're getting that all set up. so that it will do what I want it to. So this is, you would specify, okay, I want the columns to be this wide. I want these things to be these dimensions, essentially. And I want it to be like every other row, starting with the one the player's in, or something like that. Then the complexity comes down to actually setting them up. For example, and this is, we're going to have to come up with a better way to show this file, but yes, lots of math. It's the story of this whole development project. All the math. But it's, when you're setting up a level, this is how you set it up, is you create a series of spawners and you chain them together in this. It's really just a great big list. Ideally, you're putting them in a clean order because you're creating them out of these. So this is blobs spawning around the player. What we have been using is, it is when time starts, as soon as this exists, and for 1 million seconds, every second you will spawn 2 of whatever the entity is at this spot. So this entity, for pretty much the lifespan of the game, twice a second, using this spawn point, add these behaviors to the creature. So for our, they spawn on the side, it is likely going to be the same up until here, where it will be spawn, every other row on the right kind of thing. And then we will have, instead of move to player, it will be move to the left. Is this the final state of this? This is okay for weapons, but I think for enemies we're getting into kind of some file complexity here that I don't know that I like, but it's functional at this point, This is one of those where I feel like it is kind of good enough for us to run with it. We may regret this later, but if we set out to keep the levels restricted, so levels last no longer than this, and we keep it like relatively concise, what kind of things we're spawning and when, then we should be okay with this kind of structure. Hey there, is it Ames or something else there? I don't know. But welcome nonetheless. Yeah, I know terminology is a minefield when you're setting the stuff up. We are making a bullet heaven style game. The goal of it is, in addition to, telling channel backstory, is to make a game that is like Vampire Survivors meets Noida. So by default, we've got these little blob guys moving in, the little bouncy balls move out to them. The way that the bouncy balls work right now is not good for a weapon. If the blobs touch you, you take damage. If the little bouncy ball touches a blob, it goes away. This is like the base form of the game, its core. If instead we go in and we modify these a little bit. So by default, we are going to, instead of emitting 1 ball per second, we are going to fire 3 per second, 1, 2, 3. Each of those will split into 3 all at once, and they will start orbiting the player. So now we have this cool little cloud effect. Now, the fact that the balls bounce and go over the blob still creates a problem, but we can add more and more to that and say, what if they split into 3 again? And what if they spin as they move? And what if they move in an S-curve through the air? So now we have a more complicated pattern. Still, the blobs are getting through. So this is still not a great pattern. But what if even more of them? So they still got through. Well, that's a problem. So what if... yes. So these are all kind of atomic units. These are little bitty parts that don't have any actual gameplay context. So all these split into 3 things that you can do. The player would absolutely not get access to this. This is fire 3 at a time, each second. Then each of those splits into 3, and each of those splits into 3, and into 3, and into 3. That is, every second we are creating 3 to the 5th of those little balls. And every second, each of those explodes. And so it looks like this. Now watch the frame rate. That's that upper number above my ear. The one that's currently like 2. Now, this is not what is expected to be a common state in the game. Because if you get here, if you watch, the blobs are going to go away right about this radius right here. Right there. Because the second number above my my right ear there is the number of things, but that's not really accurate. Because each time that updates, it's going to say how many entities are there. But every entity is actually about 4 things, give or take. As well as those explosions only exist for a single frame. For 1 physics frame, and then for a little bit of extra time for the explosion to play out. So, while they look like they're still there, they're actually like a lingering piece that isn't part of that count up top. So put another way, there's more than 2,500 things. We're getting about a frame a second right now. The biggest we've seen is about, let's say 12,000 things, and that took about 3 seconds per frame. This is not where gameplay would be, but we want this to be possible. Again, in the spirit of the channel's history, when we played Noida, one of the running gags was that you're not really doing it right until you hit seconds per frame. and we were shooting for things like minutes per frame. Because it was funny, and big explosions are fun and tax the system. But we can then go in, and if we take that part off, and we'll reduce it down to just 3 to the 4th per second. Now it's going to take upwards of 10 seconds for those explosions to start going away. There's some nonsense like that kind of math going on in the wave and zigzag motions. So you can see there's kind of a clear spot that is starting to generate around the player here. The explosions are thinning. Now, there is a distinct chance that a blob can get through. They have to get through the wall of yarn balls here, and then they have to get through the once every second point-blank explosion around the player. Another fun thing is these yarn balls are going to try to follow the player when they move. So they move counterclockwise. So as the player moves, they kind of distort their orbit to try to get to where the player is. So we can kind of, if we move in a counterclockwise circle, it kind of whips the mass of yarn balls around. And that's another part of the kind of our design principle here, is that motion shouldn't be a fixed thing. It is a blended thing. So these yarn balls, by default, pick an enemy and move in a straight line to where that enemy was at the time that the yarn ball appeared. But by adding these other things, we've added an extra layer to the behavior. It's, in addition to moving like this, they have a strong gravitation towards being in a circle around the player. But if we swap that one out for this, where it makes them move in like a little circle, we're going to get a different result here. Once these yarn balls start to dissipate, you'll see it a little better. Let's actually reduce the number of them so that will happen more coherently. So now you can see that they're kind of like doing little loop-de-loops in the air as they move around. So that's what we're shooting for. Right now, we're working on how we generate the enemies here. I like start and stop better. And we're probably going to change the name screen position, but... So when we start, we're going to call initialize here. Right now, initialize does nothing. Yeah, this is still okay. Okay, by default, stop spawning won't really do anything. Will there be a boss fight or something soon? I don't know about soon, but there's actually nothing special as far as how a boss fight would occur. It just means that I have to create something that I would consider to be a boss and get all of the, like, how much health does it have? How much damage does it do? What does it look like? All of that stuff would have to be put in there, but the ability to have a boss fight is actually already set up. There's some nuance to, like, what would constitute a boss fight in the system. Like, does the clock freeze while a boss is present, kind of stuff, or does the world continue as is, and if you don't beat the boss fast enough, it just means boss plus all the other monsters. I kind of like the latter one. Well, thanks for swinging through, Ames. Happy you could join us. Okay. Okay. So what we're going to do is we define our center here. We set up our increment, which is from the center of, like, one row or column, what is the distance to the next one. Then we determine, based on that and other configuration, if we need to offset the center further. So if by default we say the center is right on the player, but we don't want the player to be, like, the center of the first row and column, then we can offset it by one row and column to make it so that the player won't be part of that initial wave. We'll work on that a little bit more when I get back from a quick break. Okay. It's wired back. There we go. Okay. Let's define our increment first. See here. Width. Height. Width is equal to spawn point width. Height. Okay. So width and height are going to be how much we add to the column each time, to row and column each time. What's the increment? Weird. There we go. Icon of the app was frozen. Okay. So center is equal to services dot player state dot get player position. Not row centered. Column centered. Enter x minus equals so we offset by half of it, putting the player on the edge of it. This is y. No. Yes. Okay. That is height. Okay. So I'm doing this up here. Hey there, bestie. Welcome. So I'm setting center equal to the player's position. I then have a sequence of ifs. In the first one that I entered, I am changing what the center's values are. Within the second if conditional, I say, okay, center, and the suggestion after it is to set it to the player position. But why? Why would that be your suggestion? Okay, so if they're not centered, we push it kind of, again, up and left. Let's see, public. So we're going to set an increment on it, which is going to be. I'll have to figure out how to get this iteration to work how I want it to, but we'll get to that in a moment. We don't need to offset yet. So this has given us our center. And when we initialize our iteration is equal to 0. And at the end of this iteration, plus plus. If iteration is 0, we're starting with our base one, which means we do not change what there is no change to the center. Okay. Iteration. Oh, that won't work. I'm gonna have to think through this a moment. Because it's not just that we need iteration. Well, it's kind of what we need. It's uglier than I'd like. Okay. Okay, so toggle is true. At the end of the else state, is when we increment the iteration. Toggle is equal to not toggle. So we toggle the toggle. And it's only at the end of the false state that iteration goes up. So each iteration is used twice. So we're considering the center to be right side. Be positive. So positive is right side. Let's do. If we're on right side, then what we're going to say is that position dot x plus equals iteration we can simplify this in a moment, but so then in the next state we've got this. But what we can do is we can change this to be a multiplier. So each time we go through it, so the first time we're going to say is iteration multiplier times that. So all right. So we could just have a toggle in here. So the sidedness is going to determine which direction we move in. For this. It's not just going to be X and or Y. So this is if side is 0 or 1, which is up and down. This is side up, side down. Center, else. It's up and down, then we're dealing with column iterations. So if we're spawning from the top or the bottom, then the pattern is left or right, where we're selecting columns. Otherwise, we're selecting rows. We're going up and down. So we take our center. We determine which thing we're iterating on. And we are either going to take the positive or the negative of it. This won't work. Not up front. We'd have to start with negative. Okay. By default, we're at iteration 0. We're coming in negative. So we are not going to change our center position. That's the first one. We do offset. Okay. Okay. All right. So we initialize. We're coming in. We say we are now initialized. We determine the center based on where the player is. If the rows and columns are not centered, this is going to put them offset by half of a row and column, respectively. What that'll mean is the player is not in the center of a row and or column. They're on the edge of the corresponding value. Then we're going to set the offset. This is, we are going to start up and left of our respective value here. So if there is an offset set, we're skipping the 0. And we're potentially skipping the 1 or the 2 or something like that. So equals increment. So we will start on the negative side, and it's either going to start on 0 and then proceed, jumping along by whatever the increment is. If the increment is more than 1, then we'll address that. Initialize, say, if one. It's okay if that's 0. So by default, increment is 1. Then we have no special offset, and we are centered. So in theory, what this will do, integration multiplier is equal to -1f. So by default, when we initialize, we say we're going to start here, and the multiplier is this. Reset each time is entirely for keeping it on top of the player. So if this is something that is going to fire multiple times, like individual instances, you would reset each time and determine where the player is, and adjust it accordingly. But if it's going to be a perpetual thing or similar, then we can run with this. This might need to work differently. We'll address that once we've got it working this way. Because I'd kind of like to be able to have this fire multiple times without changing what the center is. Like its initial center kind of thing. But we'd have to figure out which row the player was closest to, that kind of thing. We could clean that, though. If we determine which row and column the player is closest to, and just have the grid determined absolutely. It's not relative to the player, it's absolute. So, like, it's centered on 0, 0 kind of thing. Then we determine which row or column is the player closest to and have a default for that. So if the player's in the middle of 2 of them based on position and width and height, then we select the left one, kind of thing. And that is our new starting point. Because then we don't have to worry as much here. Let's think on this for a moment. So there's pure initialize. And we have a start and a stop cycle. Once we have begun spawning, then the assertion is we're done with that wave. And from a gameplay perspective, if I do that wave again, it doesn't really change anything. And that is, it doesn't help if I keep spawning at that spot. If that's, I think, where reset each time comes into play, is to whether we adjust the position according to the player's new position. Okay. Okay. So reset each time is saying, do we want to determine which row and column the player is closest to each time and use that as the center? But initialization, as far as determining the actual center, happens once. And so there's the actual center, and then there's the one the player is closest to. How will we get that? So we want closest to. We don't want last one to the left, because modulus would get us last one to the left. Ish. Oh, if we took our increment and we did a integer division of our x or y based on that. So we are going to round down to the nearest in that case. So that would be our closest to the left. Is there a... Interesting. I think that's all right. So this will round to nearest based on iteration. So if 0, 0 is the center of the grid by default, so this is vector2 dot 0. All right. So center of the world. Then we're going to determine whether we should offset it by half, which we check here. Then we have an iteration offset, which is how many rows off are we? But before we get into this one, what we're going to do first is we're going to say plus equals. Vector2 player position. Shouldn't have fully deleted that. I needed it. Player state dot get player position. All right, this is where the player is. This is another side determination here. So this is a left-right. So we're concerned about the player position Y. Y. And this is going to be divided by our So we need to account for the offset here. Minus center dot so we take this. This is going to be with offset the float value of essentially how many rows or columns over the player is. So then we are going to do math f dot round to int of this. Okay, so thinking through this, we have left, right, we have columns that we're determining. We have, by default, the center is 0, 0 of the world, and it might be offset by as much as half of a row and column. If we're doing left, right, then we're going to take the player's X position. We subtract the X position of the center. Again, the center might be a little left, so it's a little further to account for here. We're going to divide by the width of a column to find out effectively how many columns we are offset from it. So we round to an integer, and we can also do an absolute value thereof. So this will get us which one we're dealing with as far as offset from the center. And we can do the same thing here, but we'll use Y and height. And then we're going to add the offset, and we're going to set our iteration counter here, or a multiplier. So we come into our first one, we set that, and then we move on to the next. But will this work if it's not 0? Here. Okay. So if it's 0, we start at -1, and that means we use the 0. And then we are now at... So then we come into it, and we will have incremented to 1 with 1. So now we're going to use 1, and we're going to loop back around, and now we have -1. And we are going to use -1. Do that. Yeah, okay. But let's say we have 10, and we come in -1. We're going to use -10. And we're going to increment it and have that. We'll use 11. And then we're going to use -1. And we'll have -11. Which is still, I think, okay. Yeah. This seems okay. So this is determining where true center is, which is 0 and then potentially offset. Every time, though, we are going to would we ever not reset the player position? Yes. By default, we probably wouldn't. I'm sorry, we probably would. Because this is every second I spawn a wave of them from the right. And they just keep spawning. So I'm going to reset the player position every time so it's centered around the player that it's emitting them. This will let me do things like, hey, only spawn this many of them each second because too far up or down and it doesn't matter anymore. They're like a full screen away, so you'll never really see them, kind of thing. So we always want to center again on the player so that we can get that border around them. But let's say I'm emitting a beam from the right, and the beam is technically a series of entities moving really fast. You know, they plow through the player, more or less. But they look like a beam. Then that's something that I might leave it where it is. The player's the iteration doesn't change each time. So we're going to the center position doesn't change. So once we've determined where the player is, we don't update that. So we have a protected void set center. And that is here. So I'm just going to temporarily do this. Because we want to reset to the same iteration each time. Iteration. So that is this whole piece right here. But instead of setting iteration, we are setting iteration start. This is where we begin. Now we're going to do this a grand total of once unless we are resetting each time. So we'll have to get that placed properly. Okay, so we figure out where the where the center of it is supposed to be based on our offset. That is entirely really this logic here. We could ignore this entirely, and in fact, let's do that. Because complexity, you know? It only becomes really an issue if I wanted to be precise, but I don't really want to be precise here. This is a close enough kind of pattern. Okay, so we come into this. We're going to start spawning. The first thing that we're going to do, we don't need to know what world center is, because that's an absolute now. That is 0. Normally when we initialize, but initialization doesn't set anything that is truly permanent. It is entirely whether we update iteration start to be a different spot. Yeah. So this is the real thing here. Where we just need to tell whether we have done this at all. So we're going to take this up here. And instead, we're going to do this here. Zero. these guys out of this here. So we'll always do this if we reset each time. We'll figure out where the current center is. Otherwise, we do this once and it sticks. So reset each time is most likely to be true. Center set is irrelevant. Increment is how many we skip along. Then we take our iteration, we set it to wherever we normally start, whether that's a fixed position or it is redetermined based on where the player currently is. We don't need offset. Again, that's only relevant if we are adjusting center, and we are not adjusting center anymore. Oh, but okay, it's not just width. It's not just width or height. When we're determining this. This is also which block we're in. Because we want it to be... We want to account for skipping rows. So we don't want to offset the skip based on, like, we don't want to recenter it on the player each time. We don't want to adjust which rows we're skipping based on where the player is. So we're going to do width times increment and height times increment. So by default, increment is 1. We move the width over. But if we're skipping a row, we're moving twice the width. So our iteration start is then times increment. Okay, so we get the relevant part of the player position. We divide by the relevant dimension of row and column. We could simplify that further. We'll do that in a moment. Yeah, we'll be able to simplify this down to a much cleaner set. But we determine that based on the whole size of it. So it's which of the ends of the increment are you closest to? So if the increment is 2 and the width is and the size of the unit is 32, then instead of it being 0, 32, 64, it's going to be 0, 64, 128 as the markers that we're targeting. Which one of those are you closest to? And then we multiply back out by the increment in order to get the actual starting spot. because this will get us a value truncated down, how many full blocks, and then we take those full blocks and we like expand it back out. Okay, because width and height aren't really different here. I'm gonna split this off so I can keep it clean here. Okay. So we were able to change this because since we are only going to be working with one side, so this spawner emits from one side at a time. Could we do multiple sides at a time? Yes, but that makes everything wildly complicated, so we're not gonna. If you want to do multiple sides at once, then you set up multiple of these. But that does tell me I need to do a little bit more. We'll get to that in just a moment. But because we know that we're only doing one at a time, one side at a time, we just need to get whether it's the X or the Y. But we do need to account for an offset because I want to do things like top and bottom interleaved. And in the current pattern, they can't interleave. So we do need to have an offset here. Which will just be like a +1 on the starting iteration or something like that. Yeah. Oh. So we're going to determine iteration start. Let's build that into iteration start calculation here. There. So if the offset is 1, we're going to adjust it 1 space to the right, 1 column to the right. So you need to account for offset if you're dealing with like, oh, it's every 3 rows kind of thing, and you want to have each of them interleaved by, offset by a second or something like that. You need to account for that in your offsets. Okay. Let's all right, super cool. It doesn't actually do anything yet. So right here. So we're resetting it. We're this is equal to position value. Okay, so again, wherever we start, then left, then right, then left, then right, then left, then right kind of thing. All right, we're gonna have to rethink the iteration pattern here. So we need to start on positive for this to work right. Yeah. Okay, we need to rethink the whole iteration multiplier, Teely. Okay, this is akin to spawning in a fan. We have our starting spot. Each time we spawn again, we need to be keeping track of a left and a right count. So there's the center, whatever happens first. Each time we iterate again, we're determining whether we're going one to the left or one to the right. But yeah. So we have an iteration start. This is wherever we're beginning at, and we're calculating off of it as we go through this. So it's not... Okay, so we're still doing this plus minus. And the iteration is still going up by an increment. But when we're doing the calculation for what the value is, it is and iteration is always 0 when we begin. So this is our beginning point. And we're going to go left and right of this. And we're only going to increment each time. Okay. So if we start at like iteration 10, that is the closest iteration value that we've got. The first one will be 0, so we're starting with 10. We need to start... Okay, and it's not here. Plus iteration multiplier. Okay. So we're starting here. Let's say it's 10. Initially, let's move you forward. So we're starting at 10. Iteration is 0. Iteration multiplier, it doesn't matter where this starts. But, so we have -1. So iteration, this part is 0. We figure out where that position is based on the size. Great. We set that into the appropriate position value, whether we're, up, down, left, right, that kind of thing. Then we say, okay, the value is less than the multiplier is less than 0. We're negative right now. We're going to increase our increment to 1. Because doing 0 again won't do anything for us. It'll be a detriment. And we're going to flip that to positive. We come back around, we have 1. So we are going to add 1 to iteration start. So now we're at 11. We get that position. We loop all the way back around. It's not, so we're not incrementing it yet. We're going to flip it to negative. So now we're going to get 9 out of this. And so on and so on. That should work. Because it will be based on whatever the relevant one is. And the iteration start is always offset by whatever we mark it to. Should be correct. Okay. So now we need to wire this thing up. And we need to configure what the corresponding value is based on these. So we can put that here. Okay. If we're side up or side down, then we're dealing with X here. So now we want to determine what the Y value would be. If we're up, we want the top of the screen. So this is where player position actually comes into play here. Conveniently, we didn't get rid of this value because we do still need it for this to determine what offset we need to use. We actually won't do that here. Ugh. Wait. We need to do that in a different spot. This is the iteration start. We still need player position here. We're going to need player position when we're getting spawn position again. Um, we can just do position value here. Okay, we have determined what the relevant part here is. So position value 0. And then the corresponding bits here. Okay, top side of it, we still need player position out of this, though. Here, just grab that whole mess. So. Position dot y plus screen height divided by 2 plus minus screen height divided by 2 minus size. This is not quite correct. I might need to have to put height width back in, but for now. So if it's supposed to be the top, then we're going to go up. So we're going to reduce the y coordinate by half the screen height. So players at the center, we're going to go half the screen's height up. So now we're at the top edge of the screen. And then we're going to go 1 column's width above. It's nothing appears on the screen. I'm trying to avoid having non-bullet spawns that just pop into existence for most of these. I can adjust this. I'd be able to add offsets if I want. But I do not want currently. And plus and plus. We could have a multiplier here. So float, secondary, multiplier. One. 6 one way, half a dozen the other. X with plus and plus. Okay, let's check a quick build. Push. Okay. Now we need to configure this spawn point to exist. It is an OBS thing. It's a couple of plugins that I'm running. For the most part, there is a group called Atium that makes various plugins for OBS, but one of them is for simul streaming and also for a vertical feed. So effectively, YouTube and Twitch are both getting the same feed. It's the same encoding, it's just transmitted to 2 different places. So double the bandwidth. Then simultaneously, there is a lower res vertical form version Might not be able to tell, but I'm looking at it. That is a separate parallel scene infrastructure that is running. So it is its own encoding and transmit. So you are looking at the vertical format right now. I say that because I checked where you were looking as far as which chat box you're in. This should totally work. Okay, so now we make a spawn point. We're going to keep that spawner there. It's not an enemy. We'll need the spawn list. It's not an item. It's not a bullet. So we need a spawn point first. Okay. Spawn on screen edge, and now we need our side. And that should be 3. Our size, we are going to say 96 for our size. Our increment is going to be 1 currently. And our offset will be 0. And reset each time. True, and it will set it wrong. And we go in and we say cell format. It is text formatted. So we're going to say true. These are data files. So it's .game data. It's what I'm using because Godot doesn't play nice with .csv. These are comma-separated value spreadsheet files. And they control all the stuff in the game. So it gets converted into JSON object format, but I'm defining something called spawn on write. It uses this code and it uses these values. In a similar way, this is the yarn ball weapon. It is a bullet type. This is what it looks like. This is how big its shadow is. This is the size of its and type of its collision box. Yarn ball really shouldn't have a capsule. Oh no, yarn ball is airborne. Okay, how many hits it can take, kind of thing. How long does it live? What happens when it runs into stuff? That's what all these spreadsheets contain. Okay, we have spawn on write. And then we're going to go into our spawn list now. And for our blobs here, normally they are... We're going to get the point test out of there. Okay, no, we need our spawner item. So here's blob around player. It takes the nano blob enemy, and normally it's spawn around player. So now we're going to do spawn on write. And This will totally work first time and everything will be good. Right, let's adjust that. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. So I think we're at a pretty good spot here. So what we accomplished today is primarily setting up the logic for spawning from a side in sort of a grid pattern. So what I'm going to do, what ideally what I will remember to do for us next time, is we're going to go in and we're going to get two things rolling. One, we're going to add a warning types to the spawner configuration. So I can say, hey, before this gets loaded, spawn this entity. And when you're about to spawn the new entity, get rid of the old one. So X units before the actual entity appears, it will spawn the warning entities in the same configuration. This is going to take some extra work to get that part in there, but we have the pattern now. Effectively, what needs to go on is that the spawner needs to get the initial batch of spawn points and say, this is where they're going to be. And then when it comes back around after it got the warnings, it's going to say, oh, okay, now I will use up that list of spawn positions that you gave me earlier. Which will let us do things like, hey, they're coming from the right, and this is where they're going to appear and move along. In the case of the blobs as they are right now, what I would set up is a warning object that would draw a line directly to the player and show them, look, they're all coming right at you from these positions. If I wanted it to be that they were going to move really fast through the player, then I could keep extending the line off the screen. Neat, cool. Oh, but that was good times. Now, tomorrow we're going to be playing Hitman, World of Assassination. We're kind of like a third of the way through the current level that we're on. Hopefully I'll remember what we're doing. Failing that, we're just going to meander around offing random civilians until we, bump off who we need to. But yeah, I hope you all had a good time watching with us tonight. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. All of those things, the buttons are usually good. Press them. If you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through platform-specific means like memberships, subscriptions, bits, super chats, all of that good stuff, as well as Patreon and Coffee. You can find links to all of my channels and similar in the link tree that is in video descriptions and profiles. But with that said, folks, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I will see you next time.